It's 7 o'clock, so I'd like to call the Board of Selectmen meeting to order on Monday, May 5th. Call to order roll call, Jeanette Stewart.
Here.
Steve Felton. Here. Norm DeWolf here. Phil Preston has notified me that he's going to be approximately an hour late, so he did give notice ahead of time that he was going to be late. And Fran Newton is excused with notice. So if we could start off with Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first of all, we have a couple of guests, a few guests, and we're going to start right off with Phil Bodwell, our town assessor. And Phil, if you could come on up. And I would like to actually start this off with, let me put the cushion for you. We're deferring to Steve. Steve had some questions. Phil responded with some answers, but I wanted to discuss it a little more.
Sure.
And I'd like you to initiate that conversation.
Yes, initially, Phil was invited to try to just kind of make sure that the board and also the public has an understanding of what the assessor's job is within the town and what some of the responsibilities are and how the assessor goes about his job and how that interacts, especially as it relates to determining assessed value of homes in the town, how abatements are determined, and try to make sure that we had a clear understanding of how the property tax card is filled out in the process that we use in the town to do that, so that as we sit down and look at possible abatements and things like that, and other things related to the assessed value, that we have a good understanding of what all that means. And we submitted a number of questions to Phil, and between Phil and some of the things that Patsy does in the office, they answered a number of those questions, and Phil is going to kind of summarize some of those.
Okay, first of all, I'm a certified New Hampshire assessor and also DRA certified, just to introduce myself. What an assessor does is he oversees the administration of the property tax, which is the principal source of revenue for New Hampshire municipalities. With the assistance of data collectors and appraisers, the assessor updates changes to properties annually, which affect their value. These are known as pickups. This consists of visits to properties with building permits, properties with subdivisions, boundary line adjustments, and properties flagged from previous years for unfinished construction. Also mergers would be another one. So these properties are visited, measured, and inspected if applicable, and then the changes are made during the year. It's always as of April 1st. That's the tax date in New Hampshire. Other duties we do would be administrating current use, which is new applications for land into current use, and land coming out of current use, which has a land use change tax. And then there's annual applications for exemptions for religious, educational, and charitable institutions. Those have to be filed each year by various organizations to get their exempt status. We review those. And then each year, abatement applications are reviewed after March 1st. Adjustments may be made depending on evidence submitted by a taxpayer. Sometimes taxpayer appeals to the BTLA, Board of Tax and Land Appeals, or Superior Court, if they go to that next level of appeal. And as an assessor, I have to represent those properties as well. If it's a court appeal, it also must involve the town attorney due to the legal status. Now, as a contract assessor, my company, Comerford Nita Perkins, we also provide revaluation services. Ashland recently had a revaluation in 2013. Many towns elect to go with a cyclical revaluation which is what Ashland has been doing. And this involved a 3-year measuring list of properties and valuation updated in the 4th and final year. So the assessments were not made every year during those visits. Those just are to measure and list the properties. So general assessing and revaluations are 2 separate functions, and they're under 2 different contracts. We happen to do them both here. Some towns have a full-time assessor, and then they still contract out for revaluations, usually the larger towns. The function of assessing here in Ashland generally is about once a week during the spring season of abatements and pickups. And when the work tapers off, I'm only here about once a month or less as needed. Now, when you're having a revaluation, it's involving a lot more time for different steps during that process, including the measuring and listing of the properties, callbacks for inspections, supervisor field reviews, sales analysis, setting of values, taxpayer informal hearings, and abatements, which are also included. That kind of answers the first question.
Can I have just a couple of follow-up questions?
Sure.
Yep. So, anybody that wants to apply for an abatement, that request has to be in by March 1st?
Yep.
And it has to be acted on by
July 1st.
By July
Yep.
1st?
Yep.
And if there's any building permits issued, prior to, is it April 1st?
Yeah, prior to April 1st, yeah.
Would be effective for that following
Right, for
tax
that year, yep. Anything after April gets pushed into the next tax year.
And the process, as the building inspector, as permits are issued and building inspections are done, those are filed and then given to you on some sort of a...
Yeah, at the end of the year, and maybe one other time possibly, they're typically given to us, like the spring, so.
Okay.
Any other questions on the first question? Okay.
Okay, I think the second thing was to review the property card. I don't know if we have copies of those.
Yes, we do.
I think we have Mr. Felton's card.
Yep.
So in that front of that card, I don't know what the key information, I can go over everything that's key, you know.
No, you definitely don't.
No? Okay.
You definitely do not need to do that.
Okay.
Just
All right.
a couple of
Okay.
questions. I mean, if you want to maybe go over a couple of key points, I have 2 or 3 just
Yep.
clarifying questions.
Yep.
The record of ownership of a property goes back generally how far?
Good question. I think it only goes back as far as Vision's been in the town, which I think was around 2002, maybe. Now, if you look in the property files on the older cards, you may see some older record of ownerships, but it didn't all get transferred to these cards when they adopted Visions.
And then as building permits are issued, those are listed on this property tax card?
Yep.
And who does that? What's the process that makes that happen?
The building permit list is given to the town employees, Patsy, I think, and possibly Pat. And they enter those into this building permit record on the card.
Okay.
I'm also given copies of the building permits as well, just as a double check.
And then there's a process internally where there's a cross-check of building permits issued versus building inspections, or that's beyond your...
Yeah, that's not really my
Okay.
knowledge, but
On where it says building permit record, and it says inspection date, is that, who's responsible for that, filling in that information?
I think that would be your building inspector if he does that, and I don't know what properties he actually would inspect.
Okay.
He might only do those that request a certification of occupancy. Do you know, Pat? Yeah, I'm not sure. Some of these fields are not used by some towns or a lot of towns.
Any other key points on the property tax card that you think are,
Well, if you look below that, you'll see the land line valuation. And if you start from the left and you kind of work your way over, you'll see units. That's the size of the lot.
Yeah.
It's in square foot or acres, depending on the size of the lot. There's a little thing called street index, or STIDX, with a number under it. It
Yeah.
says 09. That's a neighborhood code. There's different neighborhoods in the town, which gives different land values depending on where they're located. And then all the way over to the right is the land value assessed.
yeah,
If you flip the card over, you'll see the building information. It's pretty self-explanatory. Things that affect the value of the building would be the size of the building based on the sketch, the age and the condition, which affect depreciation, and certain features in the interior on that left-hand column will affect value. Heating types, bedroom types, bathroom, number of baths. So those are some of the key things.
and these are available to any homeowner that wants to view them.
Right.
Want to just talk a little bit about the key points and the key values, the key drivers of valuation?
Right, as far as the card goes again? Or
Based-
no, how we did the revaluation,
Yeah.
I mean, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So you have your land valuation. It's dependent on the size or acreage or square feet. And there are factors which influence the land valuation. You have a street index or neighborhood, as I mentioned previously. You also have influence factors such as views or location. And you have condition factors such as topo, access, or easements. Those factors can be up or down. And the land values are set at the revaluation by the comparables in the neighborhoods that are set up for the town. For instance, the lake, the river,
Okay.
the downtown village, the rural area, certain subdivisions. The other part of it is the building valuation, of course, and that's based on, again, square footage. The style type of the building has some influence, whether it's a regular home like a colonial or a cape, or whether it's a cottage, kind of a seasonal type property, those are usually less. Mobile homes are even less per square foot. We also have grades, which is the quality of the construction, and those can vary from minimum to average to very good to excellent. And little things that affect the value of the house would be your heat type, your number of beds and baths,
Right.
your built condition, etc.
Right.
Appreciation.
Just a question on
Yep.
the influence factor views, for
Yep,
instance.
yep.
If you're doing the same neighborhood, and let's just either use a river or a lake, if there's no view on one lot and there is a clear view on another lot, those are valued differently, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Then outbuildings are also valued according to their age, the type of the outbuilding, and the condition, so those add some value as well.
And you don't need to go through all these questions, but I think
Okay.
you did a nice job of answering. I just want to,
Okay.
if anybody has any follow-up questions or want to reiterate anything, I've got a couple I just want to just clarify is, one is So when valuations are done, they're intended to be 100% market
That's correct.
valuations?
Yep.
And when there's houses selling due to a seller distress sale, whether it's a foreclosure or whatever, just quickly recap how that process is thought
Right.
through.
Well, State Department of Revenue has codes of sales that are not considered arm's length or market value sales, and we have to disqualify those based on their rules. And that includes bank sales, foreclosures, and some other distress sales if we know about them. So those are not really looked at. However, they do influence the market overall. They tend to bring the other properties down somewhat. But specifically, they are not used in the valuation process.
And one of the questions we put out there that I know Patsy answered was, what are the major exemption or credit programs that are available for those that qualify? And you briefly mentioned it. I guess there's a veterans credit and also an elderly exemption
Yep.
credit.
And a blind
And a
exemption
blind
also.
exemption.
Those are governed by the state, although the town can adopt the amounts that they want to give.
One of the last questions that was asked was, is there anything that you would suggest, based on your knowledge from seeing things done in other towns, that would be beneficial to be on the website for residents that isn't currently? And you did have one possible suggestion there, I believe.
Yeah, you could think about having the assessment records on the website, even if it was just during the year of the revaluation. You do have to pay the assessing software company a certain fee for that, but a lot of towns do that. Some towns put them on every year, some towns put them on the year of the reval.
The assessment records, you
Yeah.
said? But primarily, that's done during the revaluation period, is that correct?
Yeah, but you've never done it here
At all.
that I know of. Yeah.
Okay.
So, the mapping online, I believe the maps are now online. You could, in the future, consider a digitized mapping system online, which you would have to purchase through a mapping company like Cartographics.
And the value of that to be online is primarily what?
So the taxpayer can look at their lot online, print it off if they want, compare lots, find the butters easily, just easier. I mean, it's not as necessary, but it's, a lot of towns are doing it.
Yeah.
Certainly not all of them.
Any
Yes.
other best practices that you've seen done in other areas that you think could be of any benefit for us to consider?
Nothing that jumps out at me. I mean, you're doing you're doing your cyclical revals every cycle, and pretty good building permit program. A lot of towns don't even use permits, so it's a lot harder to track new construction, so.
Yeah,
I said, nothing that really jumps out at me.
okay.
Sure, we could always find some things we could improve on, little things, but
If there's nothing, that's good.
I'd have to think about that, I guess.
Anybody else have any follow-up?
So I would just ask one question. We recently had some abatements that have been considerable.
Yep.
Maybe a quick overview of why that might be happening.
Well, mass appraisal, you're valuing all the properties in the town, and you're doing a pretty quick job to be cost effective. You can't spend eons of time at a particular property, so you have certain properties that they're special properties sometimes, and there's things we don't know about them, maybe we didn't get inside. They bring to light more information when they come in with an abatement. Maybe they had bank appraisals done or other appraisals. And occasionally, like there was one apartment building that I did, it was quite a drop, but I mean, it was in really rough shape, really not rentable in certain parts of it, so I felt it was justified.
Okay.
So that happens on occasion.
Yep.
The other kind of properties that are harder to do are the real special properties like golf courses or factories. And the market on those two have been really falling, and sometimes they come in with appraisals or whatever, so. An appraiser can spend $300 to $500 to $1,000 appraising a property. We do it for like 60, 70 bucks a property. I mean, it's mass appraisal. You're just doing bang, bang, bang. So you're not doing as detailed. And then a lot of times we don't get inside. So those are some of the reasons.
Okay.
Did you see significant drops in a number of communities throughout this area of New Hampshire over the last
Yep,
couple of years?
absolutely, yeah, 12, 15, 18%.
So that was not an uncommon thing to see in other areas?
No, not at all. I'd say it's flattened off now, but
Yep.
But over the last 3 to 5 years, or,
yeah, 5 to 6 years, I'd say, yeah.
okay. Any other questions? Bill, thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate your
you're
help.
welcome. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for putting all these.
Okay.
Yes, really, thank you very much. Next, Stacy, come on up. Is Renee also going to be here? Okay, so Stacy is coming before the board to give us an update on the Conservation Commission and I guess using some of the budget, your budget,
Yes.
okay?
Yeah. Among other things, so I'm Stacy. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. What the main reason that a Conservation Commission exists is to create a natural resource inventory. So the town has the information they need to make decisions. And before we do that, we try to gather the information in terms of, you know, what resources we have, endangered species, etc. And most towns hire someone who specializes in that. And if you go on the town website, we did have John Lennon, who's in our town, do some natural resource maps. And then I've also added on maps that Cooperative Extension has made or New Hampshire Fish and Wildlife has made. So if you go to our town website and you go to the Conservation Commission section, you can see the maps that we have currently. But to have a formal, finalized, up-to-date natural resource inventory, the Conservation Commission has talked about using some of its funds from its annual amount, and we also have a conservation fund to do a full natural resource inventory. And we have been talking to Jeff Littleton, who is the principal of Mooseward Ecological, and he recently did the NRI for Alexandria, and they're very pleased with the job that he did. And Renee also did, he provided us with a quote, and she did some background work too, and got some recommendations from the other towns that he's worked with. And so what he did is he gave us a 3-tier quote, knowing that our resources are pretty slim, and that it may take us a little while to be able to put together the money needed to do a full NRI. And so he gave us a 3-stage quote. The first one would be a natural resource inventory community forums to actually get the community's input as to what they would like to see as part of this NRI. And then the first set of maps. And that's what we would like to accomplish possibly the second half of this year and the beginning of next year. And then after that would be the text that goes to those maps. And then after that, a conservation plan. And so all 3 steps together would equal $8,100, at the most $8,100. That first section, somewhere between $3,200 and $3,600, which we have in our own funds. In order to try to fund this, we've put in a grant for the New England Grassroots Environmental Fund, and there's some other smaller funds to try to piece together the amount that would need to do a full NRI. But just wanted to let the board know that this is something that we would like to do. Fulfill really what the Conservation Commission is supposed to do, to create this document that would help guide some of the natural resource decisions in the town.
Very good.
So, and I think I just wanted to add in
Yeah.
that last year we started doing the Volunteer River Assessment Program. Dan Stack, Joe Mazzone, and myself did it last year, and if anyone would like to volunteer to be part of the river monitoring, we're going to add in a couple of additional tests this year based on some of the concerns that we've heard from the town. We monitor 6 sites. I'm looking at Joe over there. I think it's 6 sites along the Squam River. So, and that data is also, well, hopefully we'll get it to Mardine soon, the data from last year, and we'll continue to add that data, and that will help with our natural resource inventory. Also, a couple of years ago, we thought about we did apply for a 319 grant to try to do a comprehensive study of the Squam River based on the concerns of the people on the river, and they came back to us and said, we need more data. And so that's why last year we started doing the Volunteer River Assessment Program in order to start getting that data needed to go to that next step and try to get a grant to do a very comprehensive study, which I think is needed of the Squam River. But if anyone is interested in volunteering, we go twice a month I think we went until about October last year. And we just got funded for the Lake Coast program again. So 8 hours per week, there will be someone at our boat launch discussing, telling the boaters about invasive species and checking the boats going in and out. The Squam River has variable milfoil, but we want to make sure that other invasives don't go in. We also want to check the boats coming out so that they're not spreading that milfoil to other lakes.
So for monitoring, how would somebody contact you to volunteer?
I think there's a email address that we have. I think
Okay.
it's on the website, land
Okay.
use, or they can call me. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Any questions?
I have one follow-up question.
Yep.
If, in looking at the conservation assets within the town, obviously the river and the lake are 2 key ones. What would you say are the maybe 2 or 3 after that would come to mind?
Oh, let's see. It probably, yeah, the Pemi River, actually the Pemi River. You were talking about the Squam River,
Yep,
but probably
yes.
our part of the Pemi
Okay.
River would be the
Yeah.
other. And then some of the wildlife areas. We do have a wildlife management area, but it would be nice to actually assess that for its wildlife value, and that's up near Peppercorn, up in that area. There have been areas in the state, or in the town, I mean, that have been identified as good areas to restore wetlands. The Oxbows would be one of them. But it would be nice to get some more data
Yep.
and to figure out whether or not that's feasible, and whether that would really enhance the natural resources of the town. Or the other thing that would be nice to find out about the town is, are there wetlands that we don't know about that would be important to conserve or to look at, as well as vernal pools. But I think the biggest assets for our town are the 2 rivers, Pemi and Squam, and Little Squam Lake. Yeah. And so we're very busy. The members of the Conservation Commission are quite busy. and also we don't have this technical ability. So bringing in someone like Jeff Littleton, who did work on the Squam Lake bio inventory, would be nice to have. Yeah, we need to have that other person come in and be able to do the job that we just don't have the expertise.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
state,
and I would say our loons, by the way. Trying to find a
yes.
better way to
Yep.
conserve our loons.
Yep.
Yes.
so Stacy, you've said you have the funding to begin
To begin, yes.
stage 1.
Yes, if we use our conservation funds, yes.
Right, so how do you propose to try to get the remaining funds?
Well, we're going to put in, or we put in a New England Grassroots Environmental Fund grant for a small amount of that. That would actually cover the second part, the $2,500. We could put in
Which you would get, what would you get with the second part?
the $2,500 from the New England Grassroots Environmental
Okay,
Fund.
okay.
Yep. And then the other grant that we could apply for, which is due in late September, is the moose plate grants. So when people buy those moose plates at the town clerk's office, that money goes into a fund. And for a project like this, if we try to put in less than $5,000, it's more likely to get funded. And that would cover the remaining part of it.
So realistically, the time frame for you to do this would be,
It would be 2 years.
Okay.
Which is what we were looking at to begin with.
Okay.
Yeah, but we would like to start off first with the funds that we have, get those community forms.
Lifeguards are the first responders. Once they make the initial contact,
Yeah.
we contact 911. to get the appropriate service there.
Yep.
Whether it's an ambulance or fire, that's who gets contacted. But the guards are the first line.
So what you need to go to then is to the second line, like you've done in the past, since you don't have the first responders. So,
To contact.
The appropriate, whether it's fire, police, or 911, depending on the
Okay.
situation.
correct.
Okay. All right. Should the gatekeepers respond to water emergencies and first aid situations?
Well, they aren't qualified.
That's right, it's swim at your own risk. They're not certified or
If-
qualified.
If the gatekeepers are also CPR and first aid certified, is that something?
I don't believe,
something
I believe because we have made a decision not to have lifeguards,
That's fine.
and because we're not employing the individual gatekeepers for that purpose, that you could not use that.
I agree with
I
that.
would agree, they're gatekeepers.
They're gatekeepers, okay. All right.
So you have to use a secondary
Secondary
emergency.
provider?
That's right.
911. Okay. I'm just trying to cover,
I
I've tried to
understand- I
cover as many
understand.
Well,
bases
they're all
as
good
possible.
questions. All good questions.
Okay, now since
So you
we-
can eliminate
we
the
can
next question.
Eliminate the next one, okay? All right, what authority is given to the gatekeepers or beach attendants? Are they enforcing the rules of the beach? Or are they just there to collect the fees and run the concession
They
area?
can help, convey help to enforce the rules of the beach.
Yeah, they should be communicating the rules to the beach.
Okay,
This-
all right. The last question,
Again,
that's-
doesn't
that's-
apply now.
Doesn't apply. I mean, I'm letting you know, the value of the, I know you've already made the decision, but please hear my point, is that the value of the lifeguards is it's really important, because it gave the community a window of, safe coverage. We get seniors, a lot of group of seniors that go down there annually. They're collectively the beach ladies. But there's a senior population that utilizes the beach. There's daycare providers and young children. And having those lifeguards there gave them security. I know for daycare, you have X number of kids per child. And they're in the water. The lifeguards offered another layer of security, and they also helped keep down a lot of the undesirable behaviors, the rowdiness, the vandalism. So I'm just mentioning that as what the lifeguards would do as well as watching the water and supply first aid.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just make a statement. When Jim was talking about the lifeguards, last year when we had the SB2 meeting, the people voted to put the money back into Park and Rec, which included the lifeguards. I think the townspeople are trying to say, we want the lifeguards. It's a service to the town. It's not just children. It's children, elderly, plus the people at the campground. So I guess what I'm saying tonight is I would like the board to think about it and reconsider it.
A decision has been made,
Yep,
and all I can state from your statement, Jeanette, is the board will always reconsider things, but the board already made a decision 4-1, and at that point in time, the decision has been made, so we're going to move forward based on that.
and based on that decision, I provided those scenarios.
But again, we are open to
Yep.
your thoughts
Yep.
for future reference.
Chairman, you have to empower the gatekeepers to remove people from the beach who have alcohol or smoking or rowdy behaviour. Jim's got to make sure, isn't that right? I mean, you've got to really...
Well, that's part of
That isn't part of that wasn't part of their,
It's part of the beach rules that they would be enforcing.
they didn't enforce those last
The
year,
lifeguards.
strictly the lifeguards?
The
did?
lifeguards were, the gatekeepers were the first line. And then the lifeguards, they worked as a team.
Since they're just the gatekeepers, do you think we're going to have a problem with them trying to enforce some of those?
I can't make that prediction. But those, that concludes the questions that I had typed up as part of that packet. Because I thought they were key, they needed to be addressed so that we have a clear understanding. And thank you for going through those with me. When I took a look at the scenarios of having the gatekeepers, I put forward three different scenarios. The first one utilized 2 gatekeepers, split shift, 1 gatekeeper from 10 to 4, the second gatekeeper from 3 to 8. That allowed 1 hour of overlap where there are 2 gatekeepers. That will account for any breaks, because over 5 hours you have to supply the necessary breaks. And with the concession area being open from 11 to 3, you had the dual coverage at that point in time. Scenario 2 boosted the time from 10 to 4 for the first gatekeeper and 2 to 8, which allowed for a 2-hour coverage. So there'll be 2 people covering. This way, it also gives an opportunity to go and patrol the beach. Option 3, this one has the greatest coverage, which is a gatekeeper from 10 to 6, which is 8 hours, and a gatekeeper from 12 to 8. That gives the greatest flexibility between the busiest times at the moment, historically, between 12 and 6. It gives 2 people on that can collect the beach fees, run the concession, but also patrol the beach and help to continue to enforce the rules of the beach.
Jim, I have a quick question.
Yes,
Are the
please.
same people going to run the concession this year?
No, it's the town that'll be running the
The town will be
concession.
running it this year?
Right, that is correct. This is why we have the double coverage.
Okay.
But that's also added revenue coming in. Those were the 3 scenarios that I had put forward. For the best coverage with just the gatekeepers, the third option offers the greatest flexibility as far as being able to manage the beach rules and stuff, which again, keeping things safe.
Is it fair to assume that there's generally speaking, a larger volume of people on the weekends than on the weekdays?
Yes. And there's usually a greater volume of people in the late afternoons and evenings. And that was historically when the guards and gatekeepers left at 4.
Right.
People would be waiting in the parking lot, and once the guards blew their whistle, they're in.
Might it not make sense to, just thought, on the weekdays, have something similar to your
Scenario 3?
scenario on the weekdays? Maybe do your
Scenario
2, maybe where there's a 2-hour overlap, and then maybe and I don't know enough about what the volume
Nope,
of the
that's-
beach traffic is in the weekend, but maybe
But
there
the
might be more of an
weekends
overlap.
would, sure. I mean, these were just 3 that I had put
Right.
together. We can mix and match.
Well, you
I'm
obviously
just-
know the volume of the personnel more than we do, so does that concept make sense?
Sure it does. Sure it does. I can run the scenarios through the workshop to give you a better reflection on what it would cost.
And I guess I would just ask, as far as the overlap goes, the gatekeeper, especially in scenario 1 and 2, what you're saying is that gatekeeper is going to be gatekeeping and running the concession.
Which is historically the way that we've always done it. Once Lakes Region took over the concession area, that left the gatekeeper out. So we had a gatekeeper separate from the building. Where in years past, the gatekeeper was there collecting the fees as people walked in, people would sign in, operation is normal, and then from 11 until 3, the concession area is open.
Okay.
So people would come over, you still get people coming in, checking in, catching the beach fees. And
So
that's-
it's worked out fine in the past?
Sure it has.
Okay.
Do you think that that's the right hour for the concessions, 11 to 3?
Yes. If you start pushing it any later, you're getting into dinner hours. 11 to 3, you hit the lunch, then you hit early afternoon. And plus, when we bring the summer camp there, when we have beach days,
Yeah.
2 o'clock is their snack time, afternoon snack. So there's another opportunity to bring them in. But it also allows enough time from 3 to 4 to get things cleaned up so that the only thing the gatekeeper has to worry about is collecting the gate. And there are 2 gatekeepers on at that time, so cleanup is quicker.
Okay, and the other thing I noticed on all 3 scenarios, you had the snack shack open from 12 to 3.
Well, we can
So
make
it's 11
we
to
can
3
we can make that
possible?
we can make that adjustment very easily. With the gatekeepers arriving at 10 and the beach opening at 11, it gives an hour to do the preliminary cleanup and bathroom cleaning set. This way it's ready to open.
But I understand there's going to be people on the beach
Of course there are.
at 8 o'clock, 9
And-
o'clock, 10 o'clock in the
And
morning.
once the gate opens at 11, the gatekeeper walks over, signs the individuals in, collects their beach fees, and that has worked for us in the past as well.
Just so,
Okay.
it says operation hours 11 to 8, but when we talked about it, it was 10 to 8.
Well, the gate opens at 11, so your operating hours with people there, 11 to 8, but the gatekeepers get there at 10 in order to get
But the gate's
the
going
area
to be open
prepped.
anyway, so people are going to be able to come into the beach.
Right.
We had actually talked about opening the gate at
Right.
10
Right.
and closing the gate at 8.
Tim, I have a question. Is the phone still there at the beach?
Yes, there is still a phone there, and it's for local phone calls.
So
That is
in an emergency, somebody
That's
can
an
call.
emergency phone, that is
Very
correct. Because cell phone coverage is very spotty at the beach.
That's why I was asking if the phone was still there.
Okay, so what, yes, Paul?
We were thinking too about the residents' beach passes and to show that they are residents of the town, that the residents' beach passes be collected at the town office and non-residents can go through at the gate. I don't know how Jim feels about that.
No, I mean, the folks at the town office, definitely, they have everything they need there to verify if a person is a resident or a non-resident. But primarily resident fees at the town office for the beach passes.
Yeah.
Daily fees are still paid at the beach. And people are encouraged to bring some form of ID. If no ID is present, then you pay the non-resident fee for that day, and the next time you'll know to bring something with you. And we have the criteria for them to, what constitutes being a resident of the town. A tax bill, a utility bill, driver's license, those are all things that are used to verify residency. And if it's children, for residents under 18, they get in free.
By 18.
That's stated in the deed.
In the deed it says
16, sorry. I have to take a look at the...
In the
beach
deed
act,
says
yeah.
16.
Then that's what it states, 16. My apologies.
So, other questions?
I will make the adjustments to that spreadsheet to reflect the combination of scenario 2 during the week and scenario 3 on the weekend. To
Well,
give
that
you-
was just my suggestion. I don't know if there's a consensus that
Oh.
that's the direction.
I think that's a consensus I go along with.
Okay.
Okay, I will get that together and in your boxes.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Do you have a question?
When do you start taking applications for
For summer, for which?
summer camp?
Summer camp, May 1st started general registration, so we're taking registrations, yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, folks.
Okay, the next on the agenda is the fire department copier lease. Just as an FYI, at the last meeting, it was brought up that, again, we've purchased the Konica Minolta for $1, but there was a service contract available. And that service contract Paul found out, is for $25 a month, which would provide maintenance, toner cartridges, ink cartridges,
Parts and labor.
parts and labor. And that agreement would be for what length of period of time?
3 years.
1 year. So what we need to decide is, are we interested in having a service plan on that $1 copier?
Well, we already had another copier too, correct?
We have a brand-new copier.
Yeah. So we'd have two.
But we're giving this copier to the emergency management side of the EOC.
What kind of use does it get there?
Well, I think we'll get a lot. I think we'll get a good use, and also when we have meetings down there, I think, because you haven't got to keep going in the chief's office. So rather than let it sit there and use it, and the toner cartridges themselves are
That part
half
of
a
it,
year's cost. I mean,
that's true.
I understand that, but I guess my only reservation is if we're only buying this for $1 and it dies, then it dies. Because we can buy a copier or a printer for less than $300.
Which we did.
Oh, we could for this one, to replace this one. So the feeling of the board is,
I don't think we need it, but
I also do not.
I'm fine with that.
So we're not going to have a service contract. We'll put it down there, and if it goes, we'll see about buying one for less than 300. Okay, the next thing is the board liaisons that we were going to, did you get that printed out, Jeanette?
I did.
Phil, did you get yours printed out? Go ahead.
I agree with Steve. Steve had mentioned that, you know, he doesn't see any reason why we need to have a liaison for all of the committees. Why can't we just invite them to come and give a report?
So you were not in favor of having individuals go to and be liaisons?
I think we should have liaisons for as many as is reasonably possible, and for any others, we put together some sort of a schedule where we invite them to the select board so that they can give us an update, and maybe, you know, once we determine which committees will have liaisons, then we work the other committees into a schedule if they choose to come and give us an update as to, you know, what they're doing and what we can do to help. They would be invited to the select board meetings, and maybe we calendarize that so that, you know, that's planned out through the year.
Okay, so we'll just leave it be?
I would.
Yeah,
Phil?
I would leave it.
Okay, so we'll just leave that be, as is.
With the exception of identifying those boards and trying to calendarize how we might hear from them on some sort of a,
What we do have then is we have a list of the boards that aren't represented.
right.
We certainly have individuals, I know like myself, that attends a lot of the different boards and committees, and
And then the other piece of that is, for the boards that we do have a liaison, that we create some sort of a schedule where the select board member who is the liaison for that committee gives the rest of the board a summary update of the activities of that board that they're the liaison for.
okay.
Maybe work that into our calendar.
I think that's a good idea, and we can have a written report, and then all the selectmen have it, and we can talk about it that night at the meeting as to what went on.
Okay, next is the town warrant, Article 27.
This is a letter from Walter Mitchell, correct?
Yes, Paul?
You wrote a letter to the electric commissions, and you were going to...
Correct.
You were going to announce the decision that you made.
Let me find that letter. Excuse me for a sec.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
I got it just because you just found yours. So on April 28th, we sent a letter to the electric commissioners. Dear commissioners, we are writing concerning the approval by town meeting voters of Article 27, a petition warrant article in which, to our understanding, you had some involvement. As you are probably aware, our board has been informed by town council that the adoption of this article has no binding effect. However, despite that advice, we do not want this to become an issue, as this board has no plans to propose selling these assets, and further, we know of no other credible proposal to do so. Should you have any further questions in this matter, please do not hesitate to ask. And that's it on that. Any other discussion on that?
Have we gotten any feedback at all?
Okay, next item is default budget update. And it just as an update, it was brought to, there was a question about the way we had changed some of the appropriations and the line amounts to better suit our budgeting needs for 2014. So our finance officer contacted Michelle at DRA, and via a telephone conversation, we are waiting for a written response, that the DRA is only looking at the bottom line budget number that was appropriated. The Board of Select have the authority to make line amount adjustments from the default budget as long as we end up with the same default number that was stated in the warrant. The MS 232 form is correct as submitted to the DRA, and the only thing that DRA is questioning right now with the Board of Selectmen is that we needed to sign the default budget that was submitted, and they are getting back to us on that. So that was just an announcement on it. Any other questions on that at all? Comments? Okay, new business. James.
See out there?
Have a seat, James.
I'd like to hand you all a copy of this.
So James World is here as the owner of the Mill Pond Hydroelectric Dam site, and he has some things he'd like to ask us about.
Well, first of all, this is just a picture. Do you all know where the Mill Pond Dam is? This picture is from Winter Street, but we purchased the dam in December of 2012 and got the generation equipment up and running in April of last year, and we've been producing power and selling it to the town consistently over the last year. When we purchased the site, we refurbished the existing turbine, which had anywhere between 30 and 90% downtime in its history, and so immediately set out to look for a way to put some better equipment in. And a grant came up with the Public Utilities Commission to increase the output of renewable energy in the state, and we were awarded a grant to put a better turbine in. So, in addition to that, there's monies available in it to do other work on the property that would increase the output of the site. So that is what we're heading forward with. But one of the things we first need to do with the site is to have access down below in the rear of the building, and that's hindered by an amount of water that's backed up in what's called the site's tail race. If you look at the second picture, this one, the second page, sorry they're not numbered, that's a view from the railroad trestle looking down upstream at the site, and on the left is the smaller stream of water is what's called the tail race, and at the very base corner of the building in the water is the turbine. Water flows out of that and down and meets the river again about 300 feet downstream. It's a man-made excavated channel that was built in the 1880s with the mill that was there, the paper mill. The one problem with the tail race is that you can see on the next page a picture of the river. This is looking from the dam downstream. Jumps that wall that divides the two, and oftentimes, probably every 2 or 3 years, 10 times that amount of flow goes down the river, so you can see where the amount of water that would be going over. And what happens is it lands on the debris that's there, or pushes debris from the river over the wall and fills the tail race. And it's currently got the level of the tail race about 4 feet above what it was designed for. The next page shows that, I'm sorry, we're here to ask permission to, we've made an application to the state to dredge the tail race out, to bring the water levels back down to what they should be. And as part of the grant funded project, we want to put in more steel shoring walls along the area where it caves in.
Is that what's in the picture that's off the dam? Kind of thing?
Those are, they're called sheet pilings. And you use a crane and a large vibrating instrument to drive them in. But when I contacted the state about doing that, they said that the shoring work, which involves putting the pilings in, is a more complex issue that's going to require a full wetlands permit. But the dredging of the material that's currently in the tail race falls under a permit by notification as a maintenance issue with the site. And so that in order to do that, I need to confer with the local governing board, or the select board here, and the town conservation commission. And in addition to that, the tail race about 200 feet downstream crosses the corner of the town's property of the landfill. So not up into the landfill anywhere, it's down in the woods. But one point that I had, and the reason I was going to come here was to ask about crossing the landfill property to access it with an excavator, but there's Norman went down there with me and we looked at it, and there's no way to actually get in there without getting on the landfill, so that's not anything I'm asking.
And I think what I'd like to do at this point in time, if I can get Tim, just to let us know about that sensitive area, or what can and can't be done there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a membrane underneath there, about 4 feet deep, underneath the top of the landfill, and you saw the stone ditch all the way around the landfill. Within that stone ditch is the membrane, so I'm not comfortable with any equipment going over the top of that.
Yeah, when he explained what was in there and where the boundaries of what was in there was there, I realized I wasn't going to ask anymore.
Thank you, Tim.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. So, but when we were there, we looked at an area underneath the railroad bridge that at the time I thought was on town property, that we could get in there, and what I realized later is actually railroad property. So I won't bring that up here either. But
Okay.
I am still requesting to excavate the full length of the tail race down a few feet in places out of what is similar to riverbed, and part of that will be on town property, on the property of the landfill, without crossing onto the landfill proper. But with that said, if you go to this picture of the turbine, just as far as why it's being justified as a maintenance issue, part of it is this is a picture of the turbine that's in there right now, and it's off, and it's still, the edge of it is still 2 feet underwater. It's supposed to be at the water's edge, and when it's running, it's 4 feet further below the surface of the water than it should be. So it's bad for the equipment. It's inefficient. It cuts the production of the site, and it's much more difficult to do the work that we need to on the building to upgrade the turbine. So the next page shows in the corner of the building there where the flood of 2008 wrapped around the building and knocked out the back corner. That's the very first thing that we need to do is shore that up and tie that old wall in again. We can't get to that as well with the way the turbine is. The next picture is looking is downstream about 200 feet or 150 feet and looking back up towards the building, and you can see that even with the generation equipment off, there's just water standing in the tail race. The next picture shows why. Just down below the railroad or the snowmobile bridge, there's accumulated sediment here where you can see it's holding all this back. And so underneath the snowmobile bridge, there's not really much need to excavate anything, but in the places where the river has pushed debris in, we'd like to take 2 to 3 feet of material out. What you're looking at there is still railroad property, but the next picture begins to show town property, looking downstream again from the snowmobile bridge and onward. This picture here that shows that large rock on the left, you can see directly opposite is remnants of the original stone wall that they had built there as for the outflow for the mill. Pretty much, I would say, from a little bit this side of that rock down, we're now talking about town property that we would be on. And there's different photographs of opposition to the flow that's through there.
How many feet are we talking about? What's the length of that span?
3 lengthwise.
Oh, that's on the town property that you're talking about, dredging.
And it's only the tail
I'd
race
say-
they are looking into.
Yeah,
dredging.
we're not going to be in the river at all, but I would say the span on the town property is 100 feet, 100, maybe 120 feet. I can get a more exact number for you. One thing to just illustrate the manner of what we want to do down there is some of the biggest obstructions are these large rocks that have settled their way down in during different flood events into the middle of the river, and we just need to dig their places out behind them where they were in the bank and place them back along the edge of it. We would like to take debris out, or rocks out of the bottom of the river, with an acceptable curve to not allow for more. We don't need more in it. And then to do that, we'd like to get a all-terrain dump truck down in there and take it out either up the bank on the railroad property or up the bank on our property. Originally, I thought for this lower section it'd be easiest to go up onto the landfill property, but the sensitivity of the landfill precludes, doesn't allow for that. The next picture is actually looking back upstream. This is all on town property, and it shows where the tail race bends there, and the bank has dropped down in. And that, again, we'd like to dig out a little bit behind it and put the large riprap back up into the side there, and probably dig the smaller debris out from the inside of the corner without getting it. We're not going to leave anything sheer because that's just going to erode back into the river.
When is the best time to do this?
The best time to do this is probably any time during June, July, or August. But really, the river flows. The river flows on the Squam River are fairly regulated by the state dam up on Squam Lake. And the turning the turbine off only adds about 90 cubic feet per second to the river flow. You know, high water, you'll regularly, every summer, you'll get, 700 or 800 or whatever coming down the river. That can all be released either over the dam or there's a 5-foot diameter head gate in the dam.
On your dam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which totally bypasses all this. This can be shut down. There is a leak. If you look up in the second picture, through that concrete wall that divides the river from the tail race, there is water that leaks through that, but we've got access to 4, 6, and 8-inch diameter pumps to keep that from causing water while we're excavating to be pushing silt downstream. And we're going to follow the state's guidelines in terms of least impact practices with silt fences and hay bales and things like that too. So.
I got one question on the fourth picture. This picture. Is it not practical to raise the level of that diversion dam or the?
In 2008, that flood that happened here in town, under the previous owners, that put 8 feet of water over the top of the dam, and this area right here of concrete, the apron under the dam, wasn't there. It was originally only about this far down concrete.
Downstream.
From here to here, it was all the concrete that was there.
Yeah.
And what happened was there was such a volume of water that came flowing over that, it cleared that and dug a house-sized hole below the dam and actually 7 feet under the dam. And so the previous owners in late 2008 put $100,000 into, and actually the man that owned it was a Massachusetts certified dam structural engineer. So there's detailed photos of all they did to shore that all up with concrete underneath. And then they poured that large apron there, and then poured that finished concrete wall that's there now, because previously it was this, you see the slopped concrete below it? It was only at that height. And so they've done a lot, and I've seen the construction pictures of that. It was well done. It's rebars all through it. It's anchored into the rocks below it. But what I've always thought about was adding to that, to the height of that, to keep it from jumping. But to add to the height of it when that volume of water is hitting against it and the backside is undermined, is just inviting it to be pushed over. And so what I'd like to do first is carry this sheet piling along there, and then build this up underneath and pour maybe an 8-inch thick slab across the top of it. So if it does jump it, it's not carrying debris out. And then when it's shored up behind it, then I can think about adding to its height too, because it's going to have something behind it instead of...
It's not clear from the picture how much you could raise it because of what's on each side of that new concrete, whatever you want to call it.
We can't...
In here and there.
I mean, I've thought...
It doesn't look like you can do too much, but you might be able to do something.
Yeah. It'd be good to adding to its height would also add to its mass, which would be good, but we definitely need to have something behind it and under it better before we can do that.
Jeanette had a question.
I have a question for Lee. Lee, the power that you buy from James, about how many homes does that cover?
In the area of 14 to 18, I would say, give or take. His generator is bigger than what we had up at the other hydro. So we get more power, he's got more head, what they call head, which is drop. So he does produce more. Currently, he doesn't produce what is produced underneath the mill. That's a bigger wheel. But I understand that you've got a grant to put in a larger generator, which would probably at least double to maybe even triple the size of his output now.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
So would that mean that we could buy more power from this?
Yes. The whole purpose of the grant was to, sorry, go ahead.
We'll buy it.
The whole purpose of the funding for the grant in the state was to increase the output of renewable energy in the state, specifically to target the price of the renewable energy credit market. But right now, this turbine, it was put in the mid 80s. It's an 84 kilowatt turbine. It means when it's running at full operation, it's 84,000 watts. And the first 15 years of its operation had a 35% downtime. It was the company's out of business now, but then the other owners that have had it since, it's had an over 90% downtime. And so we just got it operating to generate a little income for the project. And luckily, almost within a month after getting it going, this grant came up. And then in December, we got the final award announcement. So we're looking to put, part of it depends too on the amount of head that we have there, the water drop, which is this very thing that we're talking about affects. But we're looking at anywhere between 125 and 150 kilowatts output versus 84. And that's not all year long, because the Squam River only has an average output that's in the realm of 90 to 100 cubic feet per second, which is relatively 90 to 100 kilowatts. But January, February, March, April, May, and sometimes June, there's enough water that will be producing 50% more power than it would otherwise. So it's got a historical average of around 300,000 kilowatt hours a year. But with this other turbine, and it's a tried and tested model over the years, this other turbine we're looking at 850,000 a year, because part of what has to be factored in is the unreliability of what's in there now, not just how much it would put out if it was operating correctly. So anyways, it'll increase the output of the site's power, I would say by double what it would be otherwise.
There's no fish ladder, right?
No.
What would happen if you were required to put in a fish ladder? How would that affect?
The
I don't know.
fish ladders they don't really take up that much water
Okay.
going through. The main impact of a fish ladder on a small hydroelectric site is that it occupies such a huge portion of its income to construct. A large, a Connecticut River dam, it's a tiny fraction of what their income is. But for small hydro, fish ladders can destroy them economically. There's different versions of fish ladders. I've seen people just put pipes over.
I realize
dams.
there are two other dams, but I'm just thinking into the future, that may be something that happens. It's happened in a lot of places. And it could happen here.
So, James, the question is,
Knowing
that you can't get across or around the landfill, the question is of us.
Simply, may I excavate our tail race where it crosses your property?
As long as you can gain access to the tail race.
Yes. Which, really, it's all going to hinge on the railroad, how they feel about it, and whether it's a engineering problem with their bridge. So, I think it's set on bedrock. I don't think it's going to be, but
And then you also have to get approval from
the local Conservation Commission,
okay,
and I spoke briefly with Lynn?
Stacy.
Stacy.
Sorry. And she said they're going to try to get together a couple hours prior to their next meeting with me down there and take a look at it. But that, from what they can see, it doesn't pose any environmental.
Do you see any potential risks involved?
With the initial dredge, no, because we're not even going to be doing all of what we want to do. I'm going to be probably sitting back in here again, talking about it again, because, like I was saying, that to do the piling work, and even, I didn't go into it here, but the snowmobile bridge abutment, stone abutment, is caving in right now, and we'd like to do work to get the end of that back up and secured. There's that work. That, when I talked to the state DEC, they said that work with the pilings and the shoring up of that abutment would be covered under a general wetlands permit. There's no wetlands down there, but it's work that's going to be done apart from basic maintenance. So I'm going to have to be concurrently filing for that. But what they told me was that the basic dredge was just a permit by notification because it's a maintenance thing. So because of the other one coming along also with the shoring of the sides, we're not going to do the full dredge this time, but just enough to get more access to it, to the back of the building. And we're not going to take material away that is going to endanger a bank. That's why we want to wait on the shoring for it. I mean, I might be missing something,
No,
but
that's
I don't. But please, if you have any, I mean, just from our conversation, it's good to have other people, on board.
No, I visited the site, so I do thoroughly understand what you're looking at. The key is getting access to it. So I think I'll we have any other questions? You've presented to us what we need to think about, act on, your time frame. You're going to obviously have discussions with the Conservation Commission, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Do we need to give him any consensus or vote on this right now? Is that what the purpose of this communication is?
I think it's a consensus of the
I don't know why
board
we-
to go forward.
Yeah, I think we can agree. If you need a vote for that, that's fine, but I don't see
I
any
don't think we
reason.
do need to.
Okay. So the consensus is to
Yeah.
move forward?
I'm in favor. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something?
Go ahead.
Your next meeting is your work session on the 19th. And so if James can do something in between talking to Stacey.
She said they weren't going to meet until the 21st instead of the 15th. So,
Yeah, we're postponing a week.
But again, for us to provide the authority for him to dredge, does that require us to do any research at all?
I would, yes.
That's what I would think.
Yes, I would.
And pending what the conservation issues may be.
the language of, relative to the dredging permit, if that's what you're referring to, the language of it states to get a permit by notification, that you need to contact the local
Governing body.
governing body,
Yeah.
or the Conservation Commission. So I called the DEC and asked what that language meant, and they said that that was written that way for towns that don't have conservation commissions, that in fact what I needed to do was go to the Conservation Commission, but because and that's just for the permission from the state to dredge. But part of the permission is that I'm in communication with the landowners. So that's where the town's relationship with this is.
So can I just interrupt? Stacy, can I ask for your thoughts on this as far as our willingness to move forward and what he really will have to do and what we would have to do to allow that to occur? Do you know?
Well, I think what we'll do is we'll do some research and we'll look at the site, and hopefully at our next meeting, which is going to be on the 21st this month, what we would probably do is to vote to sign the PBN contingent on landowner approval, if that's what the Conservation Commission chooses, based on the information provided in the site.
So if we provide him with, again, a consensus to move forward on the project, and then he goes to you, that's where,
Yeah, and we won't have anything to sign that night.
okay, right.
But what we can do is to vote to sign that PBN contingent on landowner approval. And then I think you're not going to do the work to put that PBN together, until you do get that landowner approval. So basically, we would vote to see if he could have our, approval, and then he would work with you and the railroad to get that landowner approval. And then once all is said and done, you would come back to the Conservation Commission and we would sign that.
Okay.
So
Basically, I'll work.
so there are a couple of steps before the end.
Okay, James, you clear on that?
Yes,
Okay, great.
thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your time. Thanks for waiting.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
And if
for the
anybody,
information.
I'm sure the offer is still open, if anybody would like to take a look at it with you.
Okay,
The invitation is still open, correct?
yes.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Okay, we already took care of the abatement, furnace room bulkhead.
I don't know if anybody went and looked at it, but I did, and it's really bad. It's mostly the wood. The wood is rotted.
You could-
And the thing is, it really needs to be fixed, because if something happens to the furnace, somebody has to go down there to fix it.
It
So we
looks
don't
like-
need somebody falling down.
It looks like an abandoned outhouse.
It sure does. It's, you can walk through the openings in the
In
door.
the door.
So again, I guess all we need to do is give Paul permission to,
Get a estimate
Get
on
an
the work.
estimate.
yeah. And again, if that estimate is,
In excess of $10,000. And big cost that comes into play.
but if it's less than that, we can just
We'll
get
an
estimates
we'll get an
and,
estimate based on someone coming in, like older
I don't think it'll be that expensive.
No.
It's just replacing the wood.
but this, not only that, though, you see the roof shingles on one side, they were non-existent.
I know, but at least the wood,
Yep.
where somebody is going to be going down there, we have to make sure that it's safe.
I mean, I would be surprised you gotta rebuild the whole thing.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
Soon
But
find out, won't we?
So anyway, you can look, you have our okay to look into that as quickly as you can. Okay, as you know, we took care of the planning board applicants.
Can I,
Yes, I'm sorry, go
sorry, I
ahead.
was not here.
So we appointed
Okay.
Cheryl Cox as a regular member, and we appointed Marion Brown as a alternate member.
Okay, because I did get a message from Miriam expressing continued interest, even though she could not be here tonight.
Yeah, that's what
And
she did.
Jeanette had expressed that also, so,
Okay.
okay?
Yep, fine.
Okay, the Emergency Management Director.
And right now, we don't have an emergency management director, because that ran out the end of April, so I think we need to appoint Lee until we decide exactly what's going to happen. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but
I'll accept that as a motion,
you can accept it as a motion.
and I'll second that.
For what period of time is
Is
that?
it until we make other decisions, or?
Until, yeah, I would think that by the work session, we would be able to make a decision.
So there's a temporary appointment.
It's a temporary.
Okay.
So, we have a motion to reappoint Lee temporarily?
In the interim, until we
Interim, I guess. And then-
decide what we want to do with the board.
And again, I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All set. So, temporarily, in the interim, you'll continue to help us get through until we can make decisions on how to update all this. Okay, next would be
Mr.
the,
Chairman, can I just ask
Please.
Lee, did you get an email from the feds today about the hazard mitigation grant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. This is opportune because we've only got a month to sign a letter of intent. Because our hazard mitigation plan was approved by FEMA,
Right.
we're now able to obtain or apply for funds for some of our core infrastructure in town to prevent something happening again, although knock on wood, we've not had anything like happening again in 2008, when the flash floods and things like that. And that does require the work of the EMD, so it's good that you've temporarily appointed somebody, otherwise we wouldn't be able to do it this month, and the letter of intent has to be done.
What are the actions that have to be taken in regards to that?
Just to let us filled out that yes, we are interested, and my suggestion would be to talk about Smith Hill Road, because that is where the water runs down and we do not have proper catch basins there, etc. yet, and water does run down and it is undermining the road. And so we would fill out a letter like that and we'd be put in with other communities to see how and move forward to the next step. So that's something I'd like to work with Lee, because it has to come from the EMD.
okay, Lee?
We'll get together.
And just as, also as notification, Paul, because of where he is living, also, he resigned as the assistant deputy. So we'll also be looking for someone to fill that position. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Paul, Town Administrator's report.
Following the visit to the Selectmen meeting by Michael Val from CCS, the Town Administrator and the Financial Officer reviewed the computer and service requirements for the departments for their corresponding budget lines and asked for firm prices from CCS, which will be presented in a moment to the Board of Selectmen. By going to a cloud server, we see considerable savings. The Town Administrator is still awaiting word from Ogden Construction regarding the updated costs, windows and labour for the Town Hall improvements. There is no word yet from Time Warner Cable regarding Blue Sky Drive. After the successful ribbon cutting ceremony for the community garden, Senator Forrester reminded the Town Administrator that she has proposed a garden-to-table fundraising dinner to be held at the school in the fall. On April 15th, the Town Office received a visit from Candice Spalding, Health and Safety Officer for Health Trust. She has replaced Tim Parsons. We discussed the 2014 Slice of Life programs that are available for participation by town employees. Candice left material to be distributed among interested employees. She is to return during the summer to talk about health awareness. The Town Administrator has applied to continue being part of the fuel oil cooperative bid process with the Guildford School District SAU 73. This is for the oil usage at the fire department and the booster club. The 2014 summer camp registration has begun for both Ashland residents and non-residents. Registration packets are available at the town office, the elementary school, the town library and the booster club. There is also online pre-registration available on the town website. However, registering online is not complete until the registration forms are turned in at the town office. The after-school program has been flowing smoothly with an average of 10 children per day. The Edward N. Doggett Campground is officially open for the 2014 camping season. The prisoners from Grafton County Correctional Facility will be at the campground on May the 12th and 13th to help clean up the website. Campsite. The Public Works Department report was not available this evening. In the Police Department, the total number of incidents, arrests and traffic citations for the month of April was 183. This is up by 24 from March. Chief Randall has informed the town office that the Drug Take-Back Initiative on Saturday, April 26th, collected 8 pounds of drugs, which is about half of what the PD normally takes in. Dog registrations were due April 30th. The And if residents have not registered their dog, they need to do so before the extra $25 civil forfeiture paperwork is processed. April saw the beginning of the PD training classes. The police department has begun its yearly required firearms and use of force training. Chief Randall and Sergeant Hamilton completed a 2-day course on managing the property and evidence room. Also, Chief Randall, Sergeant Hamilton, and Officers Cote and Busai attended a CPR and AED recertification class administered by the Ashland Fire Department. The Fire Department report was not available this evening. The Library Director has informed the Town Office that passes to the Squam Lakes Natural Science Centre, donated by Meredith Village Savings Bank, are available at checkout. On May 17th at 7 p.m, the Friends of the Library are hosting the Humanities Council program entitled Moved and Seconded Town Meeting in New Hampshire at the elementary school cafeteria. The library will hold Dr. Seuss story time on May 22nd at 6 p.m. in the town library. The Treasurer informed the town administrator that we have $382,390.77 available in the bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, next, select board items. Just a couple of quick things I have. Received in the mail an invitation from Caddy for the Regional Prevention Summit, Friday, May 23rd, and it's at Prospect Hall, the Newfound Room at Plymouth State University. I'm not sure if anybody would like to attend, but I certainly, if nobody else got this, share it with the other select board members. Another announcement, based on our meeting, Patsy, we should schedule a meeting on May 14th. She's away until that time frame.
I won't be able to come.
You won't be able to come on the 14th?
I already just made a
What's that?
statement tonight. I can't come.
Okay, in the morning. This will be a morning meeting with her.
Oh, it's not
at
gonna be nighttime?
Right,
Oh, no, morning's fine.
okay.
What time?
Probably,
8
we
o'clock?
just do 8 o'clock probably. And that's kind of why I wanted to
That's
make that.
next Monday, right?
No. This will be May 14th.
What is
So
next
when-
Monday?
Next Wednesday, I think it's a week from Wednesday.
Well,
It's a
okay,
Wednesday morning.
okay.
So tentatively, everybody can attend a meeting that day? To follow up?
Maybe we
Is that
can work
for the-
that in, yeah.
Okay.
Is that about the taxes? Okay.
Okay. Second, I attended the Selectmen's Knowing the Territory meeting. I just wanted to state it was a great program, well presented by Paul Sanderson. Learned a lot. Great meeting. The other thing we're just going to discuss real quickly, I just want people to be aware, is before we do that, let's take up the computer proposals. As you know, we received information back from Mike LaValle with the estimates for the contract, and the contract would run from June 1st through December 31st, so we could switch to a calendar year contract. And he provided us with the estimates and actual for...
Except the police department, Mr. Chairman, is 8 months. The town hall and the fire department is are June, but that's the police department one is already underway. But they were doing, we're in that already, and that's been noted.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is open it up for discussion for the proposal for the technology package for the town. Questions?
I just have a couple of questions / comments. I thought that they did a nice presentation when they did the presentation at our last meeting. It seems like it's probably the right way to go. One of the questions that I had was, when we got this proposal, did we seek proposals from any other sources at that time?
No, we did not.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't want to?
There is not a reason why we wouldn't when there was a three-person board before last year, Selectman DeWolf asked me to look into it, and I asked all the other communities around us, and they use CCS, and I couldn't find anyone, but I understand that there is somebody out there now that has got 3 communities under their wing that they do the technology for.
Well, I guess the question, and again, I have not researched it, I just would assume with all the different towns that are in the state, there's more than one vendor that could supply those services. And I know, definitely there, I know of one anyway that I
Yeah.
found on the web. I would imagine there are others, I'm not sure.
So this would be something that may be in before December.
That's correct.
This would be up in December, maybe like in October, Paul could start, September, October. Paul could
Looking
start.
at other possibilities. Just to, again, have some competitive estimates out there. So, the only question I would have, Paul, I remember I brought up at the last meeting the workstations that were going to be, the computers that were going to be sold. I didn't see the spec sheets, but did the technology improve? And when I say the
Yes.
technology, the
Yes.
processes, for instance. Okay. Because he did not reduce the price
No,
on the workstation.
not on the workstations, he did not.
But you did see that he increased the processing speed
Yes,
with a different,
yes.
okay.
That part of the technology has improved.
I don't see that in this contract, but,
You will see that as a comparison when you see the estimates for Pat and Patsy's workstation
Okay.
setups.
okay, so further discussion?
Are there any pieces of this that we don't need to have now, or are these all pieces that would be required to do now?
These are pieces we need. For instance, the antivirus has now been included, it's been taken out, included in the contract cost. So that's an additional savings. You know, going from the server to the cloud, we're saving $3,000. And we are saving, actually, will work out very well, because we are saving money by keeping it till the end of the year, doing a calendar year basis, and thereby allowing the town office to look for alternatives, which we couldn't really do if we'd signed an annual contract through to June next year. So I think that's very
Okay.
wise.
And I guess the only other question I would have is, I understand that we need to have new operating systems. We need to get rid of Windows XP.
Yeah, XP.
But do we really need to replace the hardware also?
I believe so, yes, yeah. Yeah. Because how old is your computer?
I don't know, older than,
It's older than, yeah,
older than me.
yeah.
No, it's not older than you.
Don't tell him
No.
that, don't tell him.
People probably, yeah, I mean, that's why they do it, they put it on a rotation.
And we're due. We were due
Yeah.
last year, isn't that correct?
Pat and
Isn't that
Patsy-
correct?
Pat and Patsy were due last year, yes.
Okay, so I guess I would ask for the board to make a motion to accept the contract for Certified Computer Solutions for the period of June 1, 2014 to December 31st, 2014,
For a total cost of,
for a total cost of,
Mr. Chairman, for
Yes.
the town office and the
for the town
fire
office,
department, because the police department's already underway.
okay, for the town office and the police department, for the total of, Paul,
For a total of, let's see, 9,571, and one,
and that is with the prorated too. You're changing it for
that is
the,
correct.
so we'll just wait a moment to get that precise total.
Pending the total, I make that motion.
Okay.
10,647.96. That's for the town office and the fire department.
And again, we have 12,000 in the default budget for that purpose, correct?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so we have a motion, and can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
abstain.
Abstain.
No, then are you through? Mr.
You're
Chairman, are
through.
you through with all your selectmen?
We have just to discuss some vacancies for reappointments for expired terms.
Okay, when you finish with that, I'll have a couple things.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeanette, you can go ahead. I'll do that after.
These are just things that I would like the board to talk about at our next work session.
Okay.
As a board member, I'd like to see regular reports from the building inspector, the health officer, and also the plumbing inspector, because I went in the office today, and there are applications there from residents dating back September that have not been taken care of
For,
for the plumbing.
okay.
So I would like, at the work session, if we could talk about this, because I think we need to do something about it, because we can't let it continue like that. I don't know if the plumbing actually took place, and if it did, then it wasn't inspected, so
Okay.
we need to make sure we take care of that. The other thing I'd like to have the board go forward with at the work session is to talk about evaluations with Paul to see when they're done and how often they're being done.
Okay.
And the third thing is, it used to be Local Government Center, now it's New Hampshire Municipal Association. We're a member of that, and it seems like anybody calls there now. And what it used to be, we used to have like the chairman and vice chairman of the boards, like the planning board and the budget committee and things like that. So as a board at the work session, I would like to talk about that and see how the board feels about it.
Okay.
And I'm done.
Mr. Chairman, I think, have you asked your fellow board members whether you can sign the 3 documents?
I do need to ask the board if I can sign the document for
Just need your signature.
the
No, the
computer.
answer's no.
No problem. Then I will.
Yes, you can. Right?
All right, Steve, all right, Phil? Thank you. Okay, Phil, Stephen, do you have anything?
A couple of things. We mentioned it at the last meeting, I just want to make sure we put it on the agenda as a monthly commitment, as long as we are in agreement with that, is that at the second meeting of each month, we kind of do a summary review of the month's financial statement and cash flow analysis and revenue projections, so that on a monthly basis, we are up to speed with where we're at.
Totally agreeable.
Good idea.
Another thing that we might want to talk about that plays in a little bit to the discussion about the liaisons, and we'll have liaisons that will go to certain meetings, and maybe other committees that we'll invite to come to the board. Put together a calendar that will run through the end of the year and start calendarizing some of the invitations to the different boards and when that might happen, so that as we begin to put the agendas together, we kind of even the agendas out throughout the year.
Yeah, because there are so many meetings, they could be overlapping if we don't do that.
Third thing that we talked about before was as we do our monthly reporting, the ability to access our budget and expenditure reports in Excel. And there was a question whether our BMSI accounting software system would be able to effectively export some of this data in an Excel format. And upon speaking with BMSI and with Brenda, BMSI called Brenda, and to make a long story short, there is an ability to export that information into Excel, and it comes out in a pretty good format. So I would suggest that at the next meeting we talk about the exact format we want that to appear moving forward.
Agreed.
Now, do we have any date, Paul, on when the town audit will be ready to be presented to the board?
Within a couple of weeks.
Does that mean by our next selectmen?
Hopefully by a work
Our
session.
next regular meeting, or?
Brenda had to contact the auditor because in the form that we sent to DRA, we said May 1st, which is gone. And although you don't get your knuckles wrapped for going over the time period, you've got to let DRA know. And Michelle Clark was concerned as well, why is the delay? And we said, well, you know, we had to wait for some utility audits and we're much later than last year, or 2 weeks behind.
So,
I would think we would get a draft either by the end of this week or early next week.
and I would also suggest that maybe we discuss what we can do proactively so that next year's audit maybe will be able to come to us at an earlier date than this one is, if we have some control over that. And then the last thing was, you know, we talked earlier about, I think the phrase was, you know, chain of command and proper, you know, how do we make sure that as a board we communicate properly, and I just want to make sure that I have an understanding of that. My understanding of it is that if we see issues within the town that we have questions on, we would bring them to generally the town administrator, who is the person that is responsible for managing each of the departments, and then the town administrator would have the responsibility of getting those questions answered through his department heads, and as opposed to, you know, us going to any department head to make those kinds of requests. That's my understanding of it. Is that
Yeah,
valid?
that's correct. The other thing is, Steve, if we couldn't contact the town administrator, then we would automatically contact all of the board members. You know, like say it was on the weekend, it was an emergency or something, whatever. If Paul could not be contacted, then we would contact all of the
Okay.
board members.
Is there general agreement on that?
Yes, there is.
Well, is that how you see it as well? Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, the other thing I just wanted to do is we have a few appointments because of expiring on April 30th. So I would like a motion to reappoint Kendall B. Hughes to the Housing Standards Board. He has stated that he would like to be reappointed.
Okay, I'll make a motion to appoint Kendall B. Hughes to the Housing Standards Board.
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
would you ask Pat to put it in the folder so that it would be there so we can sign it, the appointment?
Okay. Okay, Pat? Okay, also the Memorial Park trustee, Stephen Jaquith, term expired April 30th. He also stated that he would like to be reappointed.
I'll make a motion to appoint Stephen Jacobs to the Memorial Park, as a Memorial Park trustee.
And I'll second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and the only other thing I just still want to announce that we still have 2 alternate vacancies for the Zoning Board of Adjustment. We still have 2 regular openings for the CIP committee. And just an FYI, if there's anybody else interested.
I believe we still have one opening for an alternate for the planning board.
We
Because they
did,
usually have 2 alternates.
there was,
Tony stepped down.
I got one comment.
if there was, go ahead.
Paul, a week ago or so, there was an appointment in the selectmen's folder, which selectmen were signing, but we'd never voted on the individual. I can't remember.
We voted on that tonight.
Yes.
That was the Devin
Earlier.
Anderson.
Devin
Yes.
Anderson,
Okay.
Yeah, we must make a note on there, please don't sign
until the selectmen's meeting.
We just have to, when, you know, even if there's not a note, when you open the signature file, and you realize that we didn't vote on it, then don't sign it. Even if it's in the signature file, don't sign it unless it's been voted on.
But again, I think it would be helpful to put a note on it that says, do
Yeah, but
not
I'm just
sign
saying
it.
the note
I understand,
might not
I
say
understand,
it.
but that leaves things up to people's interpretation that are not always the same. I agree with you, though, don't get me wrong. But I think a note saying, do not sign until the selectmen's meeting is
If
appropriate.
it's not in the signature file,
Then we
you don't
won't
have to
sign
worry
it.
about that.
That's right.
That's
It's not an issue.
Just bring it tonight. Okay. And that's it on that. The only other thing I had that was brought up at the know the territory is, I don't know if Tim is still here or Paul would know, do we have a snow and ice policy?
Tim does have it.
Okay.
Yeah, he has it.
Very good.
Yeah, here it is, yeah. You have your
Tim, we have a
own
snow and ice policy, correct?
You have your
They
own.
brought up that at the meeting, that every community should have a snow and ice policy. We have.
I don't have one written, no.
But it's an SOP, your own SOP.
Could we sometime put that down in writing just
Yeah,
for the,
definitely. Yeah.
because
And that's
they
what the-
recommended that at that meeting?
Yeah, I don't have one. I did start one. I got a copy of, I think, Tilton Northfields, and I started to work on our own. but-
Okay. Great, thank you, Tim. And that's all I have. Anybody else have anything? Okay, public comments for those who have waited. Yes, Eli.
The zoning board needs one full-time member also, not just two part-time.
Okay, so 2 alternates and 1 regular?
We have one alternate already, so we need one alternate there, but we are looking for a full member.
Okay. So please again state, what do you have for openings? 1 regular?
We have one full-time
Yep.
and one alternate.
Thank you, Eli.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other public comments? Lee?
A few weeks ago, I got a call from E911, and Patchy's been involved with that. I don't know if Steve and Pat have or not, but they're working with Fairpoint, that because we have the 968 exchange base in Ashland, that they want to know an alternate number, because if the trunk lines go down, you can still call within the 968, but you're not going to be able to call outside. So nobody on landline would be able to get a hold of 911. So we've come down to the fact right now, what we're doing is putting the fire department 0002, I believe it would be the diversion number direct from Fairpoint to us, and then from there we can disperse out. I don't know if it's all been set up yet or not, but what I'd also like to do,
You don't know if it's all been set up statewide, or is that what you're
well,
asking?
this is being set up by Fairpoint.
Right, I thought that, yes.
I'm gonna be the contact when the lines go down. They got my
Right.
cell phone, they got my home phone as EMD. And of course, if that changes, then ultimately that has to change also. But I've talked with Chief Heath, and we have no problem with manning the firehouse when the time comes, because that's where it's gonna be going. It only makes sense that we do that, because that's also your emergency operations center. What I'd like to do, and Steve has told me that he has a little bit of a problem, because his alarm system on the building is tied in with the fax, and if he happens to be transmitting on a fax, when the alarm system checks itself, it'll set off the alarm. So he has asked me to try to set up with a tech, which I want to do, from Fairpoint, to see what we can do to kind of change that. At the same time, I've mentioned to Paul, and I've mentioned to Steve, what I'd like to see done is on this 911, have a dedicated line strictly for that, not the normal firehouse number, but a dedicated line for the 911, and that could be paid out of the emergency management fund. And
And that would be at the fire department?
that would be set up at the fire department, correct. And when I get when we get a time set up to meet with a tech from Fairpoint, Paul, I'll give you a call, so you can attend also, because Steve and myself, and we'll have Paul down there to talk with the tech.
Okay. Okay, is that it, Lee?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, I have a question
Sure.
about the beach.
Sure.
The town voted last year to have the lifeguards put back into the budget, and this year you voted to get rid of the lifeguards. Correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me why? Is this going to save you money?
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. I looked. I've seen it. There's no difference. Maybe a couple $100 for a safety issue.
Okay.
Trying to figure out why the town would, or not the town, I'm sorry, why you would vote to do that knowing how the town feels about it, and it's not going to cost the town any more money, where we could have the safety thing taken care of.
I'm certainly not going to debate that, but I know that from a financial standpoint, the cost is going to be less. Now, you looked at what? You
I
don't,
looked at the numbers,
you looked at what numbers?
last year's and what the proposals for this year are going to be.
Right. So you plotted out this year's proposed
No,
expenses.
Jim did. Your employee did.
Okay.
And I looked at the 3 different proposals he has and what it costs.
Do you know what we
us.
paid, do you know what we paid for lifeguards last year?
$11,000.
Okay. So you saw that expense
I did.
equal $11,000?
I'm not sure that it's 11,000 something.
And again, really, listen, I'm here to listen to you, we're here to listen to you. But I know that the way it was presented, there would be less expense, and that was part of the reason. And there were other thoughts and opinions conveyed about the
But you
beach
guys, not the town.
by us, that's correct.
Right.
And that's what I say.
The only time the town was asked about it last year, the town wanted it in. Correct?
Correct.
And the town also voted you people in. And you go against what they want and the safety of the town for what? To take away the lifeguards.
Okay. Your statement has been heard, and again, as I said earlier tonight, we could reconsider things, but the decision was made at the last full board meeting, not in favor of lifeguards. So, well, that's where we'll leave it. Again, your comment has been heard. I certainly understand your thoughts and your statements, but there's really, I don't think you need to elaborate any further than what you have.
How many people do I have to march in here for it to be reopened?
Yeah, how do we get it?
I mean, I don't feel, you can tell me all you want that you're listening to me. And I thank you for listening to me. However, the town is not being heard. When asked, they had a total opposite idea than what you had.
And again, I
What
think...
is it going to take? How many people do I need to walk in?
Again, I
for the
think
next meeting?
this is the first I have heard in this format. So, I acknowledge what you said. Obviously, it's been brought to our attention, and all we can do is take that into consideration for future reference.
So,
That's all we can do. That subject is not going to be on the agenda for the remainder of this evening. We're not going to re-vote to have lifeguards in this evening.
can we get that put on?
I certainly will recommend that we put the beach policies on the old business for the next meeting. Again, I would like to hear from other select board members, please.
I still feel that we should have the lifeguards. I voted against it, I was the only one that did. We make about $61,000 from the campground every single year. That revenue more than makes up for the lifeguards. So to me, it's not a budget issue. It's not an issue of money.
Phil?
Well, I stated 2 weeks ago that I've seen a lot of public beaches over the past year in various locations, municipalities, small towns, big towns, and far and away, most of them do not have lifeguards. And I don't see somehow the logic of having lifeguards at the beach that suddenly walk off the beach in the mid-afternoon, leaving no lifeguard there. It just doesn't make sense to me. And That's my opinion. I don't know what, I mean, I've never seen a warrant article that had the beach on it, but that's my opinion.
Lee?
My question is, what is the liability of the town? Meaning you've got gatekeepers there, you're charging people to come on that property, but yet you're not having any supervision over what's going on in the water. I think that would be a good question for your insurance carrier.
That question
What
is-
is the liability there?
That question has already been presented to
Okay.
the insurance carrier, and Paul, I'll let you state the response.
And Primex, they turned around and said, provided that we have the proper signage, we are completely covered from any liability issues.
Okay.
Jeanette?
That's absolutely right. We are, but it gives us more liability, like Lee says, to have things happen. It doesn't matter. More things are gonna happen if you don't have the lifeguards there.
The insurance carrier also said it was a good idea to close the gates because then you're mitigating people from coming on the beach and that will reduce your claims. And they would turn around and say, at least you followed one of our recommendations that the gate was closed. So you can turn it around whichever way you want.
But we're not going to close the gate.
We talked about it tonight, we are going to leave the gates open.
Leave the gates open.
Right, I mean, that's
Yeah.
my understanding, that the gates would close. They might, we talked about it 2 weeks ago, the gate would close at some sundown or 8 o'clock or something
Gates
like
aren't gonna close it all.
We all agreed tonight that the gates would
that.
not
Stay
close at
open
all,
all the time.
because people arrive
Okay.
early.
Okay, that's fine.
Phil, also we talked because you have the campground people and they come down to
Sure.
the beach.
Yes, sir.
Just how big a lawsuit do you think you and the town of Ashland is gonna go into?
I'm sorry, how big of a lawsuit?
You people, the board, because you've been named in this issue, you made the decision to keep the lifeguards out. How big a lawsuit do you think you and the town can cover?
I'm not sure that would apply any differently.
You know, if something happened over there, and some little kid or anybody drowned, and we didn't cover our butt.
It would be no,
Big lawsuit.
again, it would be no different than what would happen if somebody was there at 4:30 last year, or 5:30 last year, or 6:30 last year. That can happen anytime, and the only time frame that we had coverage was those certain hours, but we're liable, or we're open to liability anytime around that. Go ahead, Jeanette.
I would just like to say another thing too. I know Primex said we would be covered, but also last year when we had a meeting with Primex about it, Primex recommended that we have 2 lifeguards. They didn't say 0 or 2, they said 2. I had Paul go back and check it out, and that's exactly what the guy said. The guy said that he recommends that we have 2 lifeguards.
But didn't he,
Right in the minutes.
didn't he say, we recommend you have 2, not 1?
No, he said we recommend that you have 2. It's in
I
the
saw you
minutes. I
nod
had
your
Paul
head.
go back and check.
It is in the minutes stated as Jeanette says, but we did ask, well, is it good to have 1? They said, no, you should have 2.
And am I not correct that when we asked for clarification, they said either have 2 or have none and have it signed?
That was
Not at the meeting.
I'm just asking when
This
we
time
asked for
around,
clarification.
Yes, this, when we went back.
That was current
That's the
clarification.
current clarification, yes. And I think, if I may say, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Marsh is talking about what liability would be on the town. Today's actuaries forecast that a death is worth 750,000 and a quadriplegic is worth 4 million. So that's what you'd be looking at if something did desperately happen at the beach.
That would be covered by insurance.
Yes.
And if you do not have the lifeguards there, I heard the scenarios, you'd have somebody up at the letting people in or at the snack shack. You are not watching what's A, B, and C that's going on down there, the rules. You're not gonna catch that. I mean, you just can't. So those are liabilities as well. The rules that you have set up, not being able to take floaties in there, You don't have a lifeguard, you're not telling me what I can and can't do there. I mean, it's my beach. That's the only thing I have left, is being able to go to the beach. So you don't have lifeguards, you're not gonna be able to tell them. So basically what you're telling us is you don't care about safety. That's what I'm getting from this. If you can do the same thing and have it safe, you're telling me you don't care about safety.
I could never say that to you. I care a great deal
You
about
don't have to
safety.
say it in your words, you're doing it with your actions.
Gotcha. That's why, again, we'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting and revisit it.
You will revisit it, or can the town people help out with that a little bit?
Well, I can only tell you in the work session, it's not an open public comment. But certainly, this will be continued to be discussed. Again, you bring valid points to the board. Stephen, your thoughts?
I don't really think I have anything to add to what's already been said, and it's certainly something we can talk about at the work session.
Sandra has a question.
Sandra, did you raise your hand? I'm sorry?
I did, that's all right.
Yes.
You know, talking about lifeguards and gatekeepers, there's a history of this, and it goes back several years. And I was an advocate for having lifeguards at the beach, and I was only an advocate if you had two and not one. One is not the thing to do. I mean, you have to have two, you know, to complement the other one, because they have to help one another. But what I wanted to get at was earlier when you were discussing the beach, and you were talking about the gatekeepers. And the gatekeepers are certified in CPR. Could you please tell me what your response was for what they should do if there was an emergency?
We didn't want to expose them to any more than what a normal gatekeeper would be required from a responsibility standpoint, but from a medical standpoint, that's a different issue.
Yes, because with an emergency, everyone responds to that emergency, and that would also be the gatekeepers, because they have the certification in CPR. Once they come to that emergency, and if anyone else has more credentialing than they do, then that person on the scene would of course take over, but the gatekeepers certainly would.
That would be the case in any kind of medical
Right,
emergency situation.
And I thought that I had,
Yep,
I
understood.
wanted to clarify
Yep.
that, because I thought you said they would not get involved.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Jeanette?
Mr. Gleit said that not all of the gatekeepers are CPR certified.
If say that Jim brings back the same people that were there last year, or some of them, they are certified lifeguards. Even if they're just a gatekeeper, they are obligated, because of what they do, to respond to that.
Sure.
So you can't say that, you know, they're not going to respond.
Again, we just talked about an
They have
emergency situation. Certainly someone cannot respond, has to respond to an emergency situation. I understand that clearly. So, go ahead.
Well, you will finish, then I'll just make one other comment.
Please do.
You made a comment about how many people do we have to bring in here. You could certainly do that in the form of some kind of a letter that you circulate and get names. So at least, you know, there are, what, 3 of you here that are articulating one position. And if there are a flood of people, as you are implying, that seems to me one of the ways that you can give the board that message.
Jeanette?
Another way is to, Phil's correct, if you want to do that, but also get people to come to our next meeting in June.
Yes.
Yeah, again, understand the second meeting in May will be a work session, so there won't be public comments, but there certainly will be in June. The beach opens June 15th, somewhere in that time frame?
Is it before that?
It's the first Monday.
It is. It is before that.
But you can submit that letter anytime. And that's something that could be discussed at a work session for the topic. So it would be your ability, it would be your opportunity to provide input in 2 weeks, if you so desire.
Thank you very much.
Any other public comments? Jamie?
How far over budget are we with the financial officer?
We're not over budget. Again, the line appropriations were adjusted according to the need. So we're maybe a little over, but again, we've adjusted those lines to reflect what we're using.
Okay, because the first 3 or 4 months of the year, she was working 5 days a week. She's only scheduled for 20 hours.
And that,
we put more money.
and that was primarily due to the budgeting season and getting reports. Again, we didn't have a finance officer for a period of time to get up to date with what was required, and as time goes on, those hours are going to taper down.
Mr. Chairman, I
Please.
just wanted to say, you said we could be over. We're not over that bottom line.
That's right.
We're not over the bottom line. And as Mr. Chairman said, she's been working a lot of hours, but then it might be cut back to 15. I mean, you know, it's up to 20, but then because of the situation, we needed her longer. But it could be only 15. So it depends.
I got another question.
Go ahead.
Some raises were given out this year, but I'm under the understanding that none of the department head reviews or anything have been done by the town administrator for 2013 yet.
2013. We asked that question, and I believe you stated that
We have not done any, we're going to do, did we do any in 2013? We did them at some of the beginning of the year, yes.
How often do you do the review? Every 6 months?
We should do them every August. We do them once a year.
And I don't mean by the month, because some
Once a year.
employees are different
Yeah,
times, but you only do it once a year?
Yeah.
I think as a board, I'm hoping the board feels this way, I think that's something that we really need to keep on top of.
routinely.
I think the evaluations need to be done. I think the selectmen should be able to go into the file, pull them out and say, these are the evaluations Paul did. This one's doing fine, this one has a problem.
And I think we made that very clear at previous meetings.
And we're starting at full impact.
I think
in
once a
August,
year
ready
is
for
fine.
This budget.
The department heads did their own reviews, but there hasn't been any done by their supervisor.
That's why we're saying this needs to be done, and it needs to be done on a regular basis.
Okay. And my last
Correct? Is that
question.
how everybody feels?
Yes, absolutely.
My last question is,
That was one of
for
the things
mileage
I had.
reimbursement,
I'm sorry?
for the mileage reimbursement slips for the town administrator, why is he signing off on both lines? Why isn't the selectman signing off on those?
It
Because it's
is,
not, it's only I mean, it's not like it's $1,500, so.
No, but he shouldn't be signing off on his own wages on both lines.
you are correct. We sign off
No,
on the
we sign
accounts
off.
payable, which includes the mileage reimbursements, but you're right, that sheet isn't being signed.
No, the sheet's being initialed by Paul and then signed by.
Okay,
Paul,
so we can take care of that. I will begin to sign that, or we can begin to sign.
I mean, we can-
I just think
initial
that
it.
the checks and balances.
Well, we check, again,
That's
that is never paid for, or, is never, check's not issued with us not looking
That
at it.
can just be put in.
So
the
we
signature
always
file.
see the mileage
Can I
reimbursement.
just ask our resident of town, did you come in and look at the payroll? Did you fill
I-
out forms,
I-
come in?
I filled out an email and paid for it.
You did?
Sure.
Who did you send it to?
I paid Pat for it, $25.
Okay, Jamie? So again, we'll do that, but I do want you to know there was oversight on that. We certainly see it every week if there's mileage reimbursement requested.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Any other public comments? Okay, with that, I'll close public comments and make a motion that we go into non-public pursuant to RSA 91-A :3, 2C.
I'll second that motion, but Mr. Chairman, can we just take a quick break?
Of course we can before we begin the non-public. But can we just close this? You just made the motion.
I made the motion to, we just have.
Can somebody second it?
It's a roll call.
And I want to do the roll call, then we
Go
can
ahead.
go.
Go ahead.
Okay, so roll call.
Yes.
Philip, yes?
Yes.
Jeanette?
Yes.
Steve, yes. Norm, yes.